control. Oh wait, it is hurling through vastness, this dark abyss I call home. I just wanna feel something again. Anything will do to break my heart open tonight. Let me feel what it feels like to feel what it feels like to feel something again. I don't wanna be numb, numb from the hate, numb from the pain, numb from the heart that just won't break. So break and break, break and break, break my heart.
Checking the sound. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, hey. All right, we're good. Good morning. Good morning. I wasn't going to stream. I was feeling lazy today. I said, all right, if somebody asks, then I'll do it. So Chad says, streaming today? Okay. I was about to maybe go start watching this thing I've been watching. Like, I don't want to trade. It's boring. I want to watch this show. All right, so I'm here. All right. I got my coffee. All right. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good morning. What's the news today? Checking news. 3 templates. Tuesday, March 16th. It's the big U.S. news today. Let's get that over with. But that's it for high impact. Nothing for the pound. Coming up, we have Euro in 2 hours. Meetings, whatever. So, it's all about that one. High impact US. We'll definitely get some activity there. Hopefully things are moving well before that without any news, having that looming. To the charts. What's up, guys? People are still coming in. I didn't send out the email. Should I send out the email? Alright, I'm not going to send the email. Alright. So let's go to... Yesterday was, many hours of stuckness. We were talking about this before. Sometimes Asia and pre-London Open is actually cleaner than the rest of the day. That's pretty bad yesterday. I was ready to go, man. I took like 4 scalps that basically went nowhere. I ended up with small profit for the day. And looking back... Yeah. And there's some of them moved a bit here and there, but so let's see what's going on back there. So, and yesterday was just quiet. Well, it was a Monday, but still. Volume wise, very low. I'm watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. on Netflix. I've never seen it before. I started at the beginning. It's like 7 seasons. It's pretty good. I usually don't watch shows. Pretty good. I'm on season 3. I'm lazy. All I do is eat and watch Netflix now. Question mark? Question marking? What's up? Good morning. Yesterday was really not very helpful as far as the background. I think they need to figure out what they want to do. Hopefully it's going to happen before U.S. news, but if not, that'll help. But again, this is the euro dollar yesterday. Like, come on, what is this, July, August, right? I'm not going to conclude much. Obviously, there was a bit, an increase in demand. It kept it up into that range. It didn't quite hit a support, though. Likely there would have been lots of demand there too, and it would have come up. But I guess I'm marking both. Yeah. But that's an option to test that area and see what goes on there as far as demand again. But looking back, that is as well. So, you know the deal. If we can move a bit lower, see if we can get a straight answer. As far as I got to turn my notifications off. As far as possibly a bounce again off this level, if we can dip a little lower into the zone, easily could be looking for a long situation there. Which one's the 50 fib? That one. So there's all kinds of stuff there. And again, even though yesterday was choppy and sideways, the highest volume of the 5 minute I think was, but there was a lot of buying here. So if we can dip in there, we may get that going. That line. have been scalping much more aggressively since I'm trading by myself and not with the group a lot of the time now. And I kind of just decided I want to start doing that. And when I was like locked up quarantining, I kind of went back to that stuff, and that's been going good. So I'll share whatever I can about that. By the way, the cryptos are at a nice spot where I'm reaccumulating on the swing positions. I have started buying. We'll get to that. So a little lower, and we may see a good textbook opportunity there for a long. Again, yesterday's kind of inconclusive, but there was strong buying off of that level. I'm not even going to worry about what's behind that. We just need to start moving and see what's going on. What's up? Good morning. Where is everybody today? I think a lot less people because I didn't send the email. I should really do that. I told people if I'm streaming, I'll send the email, so don't worry about it. You'll know. And there's like less than half the people in here that I normally get, so I'm going to go ahead and send the email out. So you're going to have to give me 1 minute. 1 minute, guys.
Suffering in this pit, I have chosen to call my home. She's not like you, you were the maker of dreams untold. Please believe in me, aforesaid. I lied once before, that was then. Please forgive me. When sorrow calls, you love me. I left you and lost it all. My heart's still yearning and broke for love. Can you hear me when sorrow calls?
All right, I'm almost done. 1 second.
Please arrest the devil of shame living in my mind. Only you have the flare of service, you're so divine. Still embracing the memory of the woman you'll always be. Please forgive me. When sorrow calls, you love me. I left you and lost it all. My heart's still yearning and broke by love. Can you hear me when sorrow calls? Can you pardon me for I've sinned?
All right.
This way till the end.
Done deal. To the charts again. Good morning, good morning. Dollar CAD, I don't really trade much, but I'll get to that. Yeah, we'll go through my initial analysis and we will take a look. So okay, we're back. Everything good. My levels, everything. Turn the music down. All right. So if we move down, I'm considering the long entry possibly if it sets up right. We will see. I don't really have a direction here at this point, but that's just an obvious place where we get setups very often, and that could happen very easily here. If we move up and we see some high volume weakness, we're gonna have to take it as it is. Maybe it's bearish. Again, yesterday's volume was just not very telling, and there wasn't really any pre-positioning or a bias you can get from it. Initially, we did bounce off the fib, and after that, it just doesn't know what it wants to do. So if we can get some higher volume than even this, which we should at some point today, at the news latest, right, then that's going to help determine what the heck we're doing now, right? Okay. So that's one option, but it's not like that's the trade based on everything being so great. But we'll just have to let things develop. Pound, yeah, we were talking about that long setup yesterday. It was perfectly good, and then it got late. I closed half, I put my stop at break even, and I forgot about it. And it was a late day long entry here. So, yeah, we were just talking about it in the Discord. I didn't leave risk on, so that would become a loss, and I definitely don't like doing that. Once it gets late and slow, it's really not the same market. It's not what it was when you got in the trade. It's completely something else. And so I usually cut down risk, if not get rid of it altogether. If I have my stop at break even, letting a trade run into the next day, that's another story. Of course, that happens. So this, obviously, we're done with this fib. And once we break this area, 618 overshoot, which we really have done now, we're likely going to support. Certainly could be a up move and weakness. To short here, there could be a scalp entry. So, bye-bye fib. And basically, well, that's the idea. As far as the sort of traditional entry. Oh. And then we got got to snap to the candle. Snap. Yeah, okay. Guess so. That's not what I was drawing. I was drawing this. So, if we move up, there is this area that's going to show potentially weakness in the short entry. I got to do my fib box. I still like MT4 better. Oh well. Is that good? You're supposed to snap. I snapped into the wrong candle. Oh, this is fun. MT4. I need you back. All right. So if we can get that high and see weakness, I will be looking to short that. If we get a scalp entry, that's another possibility. Which means not waiting for it to get that high. Which means the conditions have to be right to do that. And we will see. Baby fib. We'll see how that goes. But we have the market open volume spike getting back to normal pretty quickly. So let's see what goes on at these areas. We're testing for sellers here at the 14 EMA. It could continue down right from here. I don't know if I want to mess with that right this second as we just got into the open. Where's my other thingy? There. Yeah, it's... How many pips from the low? 12. Hmm. Hmm. It's not a bad scalp. It's probably going to the low before anything else. London open volume. It would be nice to see more weakness right here, even just a spike in activity on the test for sellers. It's likely going to the low. A little early too. Probably going to come down to find demand to go up to hit sellers to come down. Not even kidding. All right. Well, I'm not jumping in that little short scalp right now. I think it's probably going to... Well, it could go either way. We'll take it as it comes. So that's that. Okay. So definitely looking to short this, whether it's a scalp or if it wants to go higher first. Again, on the other broker, there. So generally these dollar pairs have this up move fib area stuff here, and then yesterday kind of choppy, sloppy, but the pound looks weak, the Australian dollar and the euro are holding up. The thing is, like, if you... Yeah, okay. See, to drag something, like, you hold it down, right? See how you hold it down to drag it? And then if you let go, it stops, right? But sometimes, like when you're doing the initial first fib or a box, you let go of the drag and it's still dragging. You have to click it and then it stops dragging. Like, that's so annoying. I never know if I'm going to keep dragging something. Like, okay, did I let go? Okay, yes. So we'll see. Again, about a fib test. I'm drawing these like because it could possibly happen, but it's not like, yeah, this is it. Everybody, smart money, everybody's ready to buy here. We have no freaking idea. Probably because of the news coming or just working off of yesterday's, who knows what they're up to with this range and this low volume. But again, the Australian dollar and the euro did off the low price yesterday hit that rejection. The euro as well. So it's possible. We pop in there and get a long setup. Trading view. Yen pairs. Yeah, very similar. Very similar. The up move, the sideways last couple days, and then the pound dropping, and the other two not. Fib is much lower on this. We had weaker yen, so we're kind of hanging out up here. And buying against the yen might be the way to go for the moment if we're buying. For some reason, Trading View is just annoying me today. We'll see. Look at this slop at the open. We still technically haven't really gone anywhere. Fib rejection. So are these guys ready to move up? Interesting. Pound might get a bounce here in order to short it, right? Is that the open? No, that's not open. Okay, that's actual strength coming in. That's the open. And then this low volume here, testing at the 14 EMA for supply, says that it's likely going up before it continues its downtrend. Which we already talked about with the pound. So this is all very similar here. Pound, dollar, pound, yen, it's bearish. Let's see if we get an up move to short weakness. It's near the low now. Chasing it into the low early in the session is not really what I want to do. Although I feel like it's going to double bottom. But whatever. Not confidently enough. I guess I'm on FXEM volume for now because I wanted to have that weirdness yesterday. I'm sure it's fine now. Comes and goes. Every broker has had that weird missing data, extremely low volume suddenly thing. It's literally missing price tick data. Is the only explanation for why volume would be so low, right? I think in MT4 you could actually look at the history of the ticks and you would see a gap. Period of time where there's just no data. And that's when you get that really weird low volume. It's just what the broker's giving you as far as prices. It doesn't represent anything real in the market, of course. But we compare multiple brokers, so it's all good. What's up, guys? Good morning. The magnet feature on trading. Yeah, somebody finally said something negative about TradingView. It's not just me. TradingView takes a lot of getting used to. Yeah, it does. MT4 is the greatest. It just works. It just quick. You can tell when somebody's a pro and they're on MT4 just slapping on fibs and drawing boxes and support resistance. Bam, 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 right? Like, I can't get to that level here. I feel like slow and clunky. E-signal is terrible. That's why I stopped. I was talking about that yesterday. That was years ago that I tried e-signal, but it was like just changing pairs. It was like loading, and then it would show up. Time frames, loading, and then it shows up. Like that alone, I couldn't stand. MT4 spoils you. It really does. Don't fix what's... If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Kids these days with their TradingView and their... I don't know what. Robinhoods. I got a Robinhood account. Anyway, so where are we? Yeah. So we're sticking on this one. So the yen pairs are really the same thing. It's the same thing. All right. As far as yesterday's real lack of direction. Yeah, double clicking on the chart to make your indicators go away. Whose genius idea was that? Like, I don't need that to happen. I'll delete it if I don't want it. Look, bam. That's it. Double click all the time by accident. That flash is annoying too, right? Okay, I'll stop. See, wait, why did that just show up? I didn't do anything differently. I was double clicking. TradingView sucks. See, I stop it. It's like sticky. You get a piece of tape and try to take off another piece of tape, which is stuck to your arm, which has tape on it also. Did it snap? I didn't feel a snap. There. All right. Well, we'll see what goes on. London open spike right where we would want to see high volume. So I'm not getting fooled by that and saying, okay, there's high volume here that we can really trust. But we will be testing now at 14 EMA for supply. So let's see what we get. Actually, the volume might be ticking up on that where we can get some high volume supply. Highest volume since the open, perhaps. Or close to it. All right. Not rushing in to anything. Let's see how quick box go. See? That's not how I would want it to appear like that. It's off. This is not a trading session. This is a complaint about trading view session. All right. See, I clicked down and started dragging and nothing happened. So that means I have to put it there and then grab it and then move it. Now, if I let go, did I let go? Yes, I didn't have to click again. Okay. Some things you do, some you don't. Telling you. I've been using this a long time now. It's so annoying. I just can't get comfortable. All right, I'll stop complaining. You can switch the magnet feature off. Well, I wanted it on. That's the thing. I wanted, this to snap. I want my fibs to snap. Like MT4 fibs. Which is the best snap ever invented. Yeah, but yeah, I know I can shut that off. I think it's more accurate with it, obviously. Anyway. Are we getting in a trade here? What's happening? Okay, I keep going to the wrong thing, so. So that's where we are. Should I recap? Okay, here's a recap. $1. Closest thing to a setup is dipping into here and getting strength. But again, with yesterday's kind of mixed up flat choppiness, I don't have a particular direction that I have to stay in. And if we're not seeing much demand down here, we move up and we see some high volume finally come in. And that's weakness. I have no problem shorting. So because of that unclear background and chop yesterday, I would buy off of strength and sell off of weakness. Let's see what it wants to do. And that applies to Australia and US as well. More likely to be, looking for the buy in the fib area. But it's not like there was so much activity, right, in there that if we pop up and see weakness, let's say on a fake break or something, and it's some really high volume, right, no problem taking that short. Also, really, are we trending up anymore? Nah, not so much. More sideways. Slop. This is also looks like if you notice, the ABC retracement, right? Coming off the high. The 3-wave pattern, 1, 2, and then 3, right? And then from there, usually you're going to start trending up. Or maybe you do this and you do a fib retracement and you trend up. This is going a little far down in the pattern, right? Going beyond the 618 here starts to lose that ABC retracement, and then we start moving up, right? Maybe a fib, maybe not. But if we're breaking here, coming there, we're kind of losing that, which means really we should get down in there and see maybe some demand lower to clean all that up and give us a fake break and good stuff down here. Maybe I should leave that fib for now, but it's really, once it's broken, there's no point. I'll put it there. Maybe it's just a really extreme overshoot. I'll put it there just to have it. Yeah, move it, then click. Okay. Okay. That's really hanging on by a thread, if not ruined, as far as a clean bounce off of this area and continuing off the ABC retracement. So let's see what it wants to do. And the end pairs are very similar. Well, the pound, of course, is into new low ground today. And I would be looking to sell that off of weakness. One thing the market knows is the pound. They're selling the pound. The rest is kind of sideways chop, right? Pound versus yen. And then if you compare the others, euro yen, you get your sideways chop. AJ. So that's all the market seems to know at the moment, is it's selling the pound. We'll see as things pick up. All right. But yeah, I ended up making a little something off the pound dollar yesterday, late day entry. I was already done for the day, or I thought I was, and then I saw you guys in the pound dollar chat. I got the notification. Umar, I think it was, said I'm in. I'm like, in? What's going on? Let me check. All right, I'll take it. I didn't go big risk, and then yeah, it just got late and slow, but it was perfectly good, valid setup. Maybe you made a little something off of it, depending where exactly you got in. I was a little late on the entry, but I think you got up 20, maybe 25 pips, right? Depending on where you got in. So it was actually decent. Maybe 20. But yeah, the Discord is very cool. I got a sense of what goes on in some others, just out of curiosity. Just doing a little research. You might be in some others. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of you are. What I think you're just in mine. In like 12 Discord trading groups. Continuous pop-ups while you're trying to trade. I hope that's not the case. All right. So once I get that view of like what's the basic method type of trade possibility today, which really is, again, pound up move, selling on weakness, and the rest of them kind of figuring out what they want to do, maybe a dip and looking to buy in that fib zone and stuff. And once I have that, I'm looking at this template more for scalp opportunities in the meantime. And sometimes you get no scalps and you get the regular trade that you were looking for, and vice versa, right? Sometimes you'll get scalps and you don't get the main trade you were looking for. So it's good to have options. Should I trust Awanda again? I think they're fine. It was a one-time thing. A rare event. But for those of you who may be like freaked out, what the heck? I've seen it before. It certainly happens. It doesn't mean Awanda is now shit forever. Usually if it happens, it's maybe once or twice, and then that's it. It's fine again. The pound short. It's saying, take me. I'm going down before I go up and then down again. But I haven't done it. Like I say about these indicators, number one, if you're not profitable and not doing that well, indicators are not going to help. They might actually make it worse. But if you don't need them, that's when you can put them back. I know, it makes no sense. And then You end up taking a trade you would take without them anyway. But like I say, they're suggestions. You have to figure out which ones are good suggestions and bad suggestions. But it's really helpful when you have trending conditions and you're just expecting it to continue and you find a nice entry when you don't expect a pullback. But again, like if your dollar's going to dip into that fib area, which is down here, and give a long entry or not, or whatever may happen there, getting it on the way there, especially if you have some weakness and lack of demand. We have the market open spike there in this case right now, but nothing wrong with trading it short while it's on its way, if that's what the chart suggests is going to happen. So this thing lists news on the chart, huh? Well, there you go. I guess I don't have to check Forex Factory. It even gives you the impact, right? Yeah. The color. Hmm. There goes the pound short scalp. Maybe I'd be in it if I wasn't streaming. I don't know, it makes me timid. Maybe I'll just scalp and not tell you. But that was always my thing when I'm streaming or doing my thing. Like, I'm not taking secret trades. Anything I'm doing, I'll tell you. And I feel like doing secret scalps. So you guys aren't going, what? Why are you taking that? Plus, I don't want to make anybody lose money. That's really the reason. All right, entertain me. Put on some music, World Doobie. I think this music stops automatically. Sorry you're hearing the same songs over and over again. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13 songs in this playlist. That's all I got. Well, not really, but as far as not going to get copyright infringement because I recorded these songs with people. How's the music, Roll Doobie? At this point, I'm just looking at the pound scalp short that I'm not taking to see if it goes up, and I'm like, yeah. Or if it goes down, I'm like, shit. But that's okay, because I didn't want to take it. But if we can start moving around a little bit, get past the London Open volume spike and get some more information just by moving around, and it'll tell us what it wants to do. What's up with the strength coming in? Again, it's London Open volume. Can't trust it. Here's your supply test, which is moderate. I keep hitting the wrong thing. Okay, I want that, but I want to go there. Talk about a 618 overshoot. I mean, come on. Do we even care about that fib anymore? And there's a supply. So I think it's better to stay on this template right now. I mean, if it's going to break through this high on really low volume, just to say, It's likely continuing up. It's just a really extreme 618 overshoot. I mean, here's the initial entry to fib. It was into Euro session. Not much activity. Actually dipped in activity besides this candle. You know there's going to be some volume in here. It's going to pop up. But the rest are kind of low. These are low. So again, it's like London Open, and it's really just low before that. Not a great long entry when you consider that, right? And how low it was below 618, seeing that low volume. That's not really right. It's like you're depending on the London Open volume for your setup pattern, and that's not trustworthy. So yeah, not really right. If we pop down again and see strength, fake break, right, an actual strength we can trust, then it's different. But and then again, here's the supply test, and you see the basically since the open spike, the highest volume. So certainly not right for any sort of buy situation right there. Hopefully we go lower, which again brings us to the support and fib zone and all that good stuff. That suggests we can get lower, what we just saw there. We have strong euro, weak pound. Buy the euro pound? Not me. I'm not even worried about that. That can turn around and come down the rest of the day. This is not a pair I trade or even think that much about the influence. If you look at previous days, it's like, yeah, it goes one way and it goes the other. Yeah, whatever. But right now, the euro is much stronger than the pound for the moment. We know the pound is weak, that's for sure. So for it to move up, it would take some really weak dollar, really weak yen. Am I in the wrong one? See, I keep switching around. I already did that. EJ. Strong euro for the moment. Plays a big roll of doobie. I think it is doobie time. Okay, this one's called, what is it? OG Blue. I don't know where this guy gets this stuff. The wizard. He's a wizard. I wish I could just share the smell with you. Yeah, so the cryptos are being bought the heck up. Really. Nice discounts. I'll bring that up in a second. Let me bring up the chart. EMA supposed to have 100. There it is. Okay, good. I got rid of those. Ooh, nice. Why is it yellow dots? 100 EMA. Okay. So that is one of my favorite places. And normally I'm looking for the 100 EMA. When we're trending up in the pullbacks, as most of you know, with the swing trading, I wait for that. Those 100 EMA pullbacks usually run into a ton of buyers and very often correlate with the fib. Where am I drawing this fib? Probably from here. Well, that one doesn't. That one does. Is that a valid fib? Yeah. Is this the bottom of the down move to the top? Or is that? If you start here, you actually get a lower low. Then a double bottom fake break. And then that's... So I would count it from there. And then you also have... Just to mark up the really obvious stuff. So it didn't hit that. But, okay, so we have the fib area there, and then the 100 EMA. So that's where I like to buy very often. On the pullbacks, I did add to this at this point. Once it broke through in this pattern, which a lot of you know this pattern, this is the pattern. But look at that. In the fib area. Look at that volume. And yesterday, they were buying the crap out of it. So, and as soon as that broke, right, lower prices tell you about buyers. As soon as that support broke, we're hitting all that. And of course, the fib. Automatic rally formed here. Not too much weakness on it, right? This is like a baby fib retracement of this up move. Look at that volume, right? You see them. Again, lack of supply, lack of activity. And then what happens? They hit again. There's a little slightly lower price, demand all over this thing. And then here's their push through, closing at or near the high. Volume is tame and nice. Break test continuation of automatic rally, more or less. No issue with weakness coming in here. That would be the thing. You don't want weakness. You don't want high volume weakness. None of that going on. It's so out of balance here, right? So out of balance. A lot more buying than selling. Do they really want to mark it up from this point? That is the question. Maybe it'll go sideways and they keep buying into dips, but I don't know how long that can last. It's so out of balance. I mean, this whole chart is just showing demand all over the place. Where is any spike of weakness, any real spike in weakness, right? Doesn't really exist anywhere here. So I joined in on that once we got through here on my swing positions, which we don't really have to look at the 5 minute, mainly on a 4-hour chart, but why not, right? I would have done it anyway, but it's nice to see this. As far as the timing, this begins the markup attempt, right? But swing positions, I'm not so detailed about entries a lot of the time. You see a fake breakout confirmed on a 4-hour chart, and it's confirmed with a candle close, I'm going in. If it's in the right spot and all that. But it's nice to see that 5 minute really backs it up. And then from here, of course, this is the highest volume we've seen since this stuff. Since the grand conspiracy to try to crash by the deep state, which didn't work. Oh, look at the fib, it's wrong. It's the same thing. Same conclusion. So yeah, that didn't work. Yeah. And then, so this is the highest volume since then. Right into there. Coincidence? Yes, not. So now I'm pointing out Bitcoin, but they're all more or less reflecting that same situation. Some of them, most of them. As far as hitting buyers, if you go to the 5 minute, you really see that stuff. Being below the Litecoin is right at the 100 EMA again, and if you draw a fib there, you get that. So that's kind of the situation everywhere. This is a fake break with the same situation there. We'll see the 5 minute. All right, they're all doing that. There it is. Look at that push through. As I say, right, closing at or near the high without high volume. It's amazing how often they close at the high and right near it. That's always a good sign. So all that stuff convinced me to buy all around, you know. Some more than others, depending on what I was holding, depending on how it looked. XLM hitting weakness. Well, it's a swing position. I'm not really concerned about that. But I bought up on a lot of these that are all confirming this pattern. This is a you know, a lot of money behind this, doing this right now. It's happening all over the different cryptos for a reason. It's not a coincidence. Look at that. I bought some of that. I bought some of that. So, in a good spot. If these things go near their high again, it's going to be nice profits, even if it doesn't go back to the high or new high ground. It's a decent up move. I'm ready for it. Anyway, what else? My TV is all effed up. The way you hate TV is the way I hate MT4. Oh, my trading view? Mine's all effed up. The way you hate trading view is the way I hate MT4. That's just weird. To each his own. Maybe you started on trading. No. Type Rob, you got us in there, yeah. Timothy, what are those cryptos? That's not offered by Coinbase. That's what I'm using, if that's what you're saying. Oh, and what's up? All right, so that was good to go over and point out. I loaded up, stuck to my plan. It's a usual deal with the fib area 100 EMA stuff and everything. If things want to go lower, I will be ready for that and buy more at the appropriate time. That's swing trading. So meanwhile, what do we got going? I keep doing the wrong. Okay, I want this broker for that. Okay, now I got to put my emails back. There we go. So a possible buy and a dip there. I'm not against shorting if we move up and get weakness. Let's see how it plays out. Pound is very weak. I told you that GU short I should have taken. I told you. I said it needs to go down before it can go up to go down. I probably would have taken that if I was by myself. Like I said at the time when it set up. I don't want to give you guys shitty scalps. I don't know. Is that okay? Can I just take secret scalps and not tell you? I'm timid when like I feel like I have to share everything and it makes me all timid. I'm scalping this thing up and down, backwards. I'm slicing and dicing out here sometimes. So yeah, I just called that one and didn't take it. Okay. And it's a scalp. So how much did it move? 34 was the entry. 16 is where it is now. It's a pretty good scalp. You got a new strand called Bliss. Does it live up to the name? Now you guys in here have different names that you have in Discord, which is different from your real name, so I'm kind of guessing who's who sometimes. Type Rob, I hope the expensive gas fees get resolved. There are so many good projects. Yeah, I've heard. I haven't been really looking. All right, I'm going for it. OG Blue. It's not blue or anything. I don't know why. God, if you could smell it. Jeez. Smell-o-vision. Okay. I'm going to just take my scalps that I take, okay? At the same time, I will share my scalping method, which most of you know. The indicators don't even do that much. I've just gotten more aggressive with it. And it's a matter of knowing when to do it and when not to do it. It's not complicated setups, though. All right. Because I probably would have been in this pound if I was by myself. Slicing and dicing. It's got to go down before it goes up so that we can short it back down. All right, what other scalps can I find that if I take them, won't say anything? It's a weird sort of focus in a world I got to be in. I don't know, it just doesn't gel well with the live streaming. Scalp and scalping decisions. Knowing that people are taking the trade, and I kind of have to justify what I'm doing, and if I close it for 4 pips, I'll have to explain why, and I don't know, you just kind of get into this zone. Sometimes I'll just trim it down a little bit. I don't know. Now I'm salty. Well, there's the strength so that it can go up so we can short it. Oreo dip joined the server. Is that okay? Can I keep my scalps private? I do some cowboy shit. Then you got percentage of risk, which varies. Salty. Well, I guess the Discord link still works because people are joining right now. Welcome. Salty. This is the really bad long setup, which I expect to fail if it tries to move up, and it's probably coming down here. So again, on the dollar pairs, its potential long entry is here. Australian dollar, US, euro dollar. None of this is really, again, this is London open volume. Here we're testing for supply. Volume's a bit increased. I don't love the situation now to go long. If we can move up and see lack of supply, maybe we dip down and I get in a little higher than the fib on strength. That is possible. Again, this is like the ideal, usual textbook spot to be looking for this into this zone. But if it wants to mark up, if it's going to happen, we should be seeing lack of supply and some sort of opportunity to see strength. Convince us of the imbalance. Well, that's that pound. All these fibs are wrong now. I'll have the Fibonacci Bolognese. So we all know what we're looking for, right? Right. Any questions, let me know. I'm very clicky today. But looking for scalps. This strength is showing up into GU, the low price of the pound. So that might give a further retracement up to short, right? So there's some demand showing up here. So that could give us a fake break of this level or a little fib retracement, or maybe it'll pop up and show weakness. Maybe record your scalps, then post. That way you can stay in the zone and help us poor souls, or you could just keep it private. Yeah, I could do that. At least, okay, tell you after you take this. After I take the secret ones. Okay. Yes, the logic behind the scalps is more helpful than the trade itself, right? Teach a man to fish, right? Feed a man, teach a man to fish, right? Okay, good. Yes. Bliss. All right, yeah, I'm gonna join you there. Wait, King of the Ocean, you're in the, are you in the Discord? What's your name in there? I have a suspicion who you are. Are you Sterling? There's a serious delay with this chat, by the way. Right? King of the Ocean, you gotta be Sterling in Discord. I don't know why. I think because he's it's the weed reference. No, you're not. Okay. You've been trying to join. Oh, okay. A bunch of people just joined now, so I believe the link in the description of this live stream is gonna still work. For some reason, I couldn't. You couldn't join the Discord for some reason. That's weird. Huh. Well, anyone know any suggestions? Salty. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that with the scalps. It's the feed a man, teach a man to fish thing. Yeah. Because my record is good. The key is, it's like one of the keys. Let's talk about scalping. The losses have to be small. Like, is that rule number one? We make that rule number. Should we do scalp rules? Rule number one. The losses have to be small. A small loss is a good loss. You can't get into that newbie, stupid situation of being up 20 pips because you took 2 scalps, and then the third one you take a loss of 35 pips or something because you somehow talked yourself into making it a different trade, or you did something else, or you just didn't want to close it, or right. And if you're closing at 5-7 pips, okay, your stop loss has to be that too. Okay, this is obvious stuff, but once you start doing it, your mind does things. I'm always ready to cut the trade if it's not working out. And if we're talking about scalps of this kind, pretty much it should be quick and move to your favor, move in the direction in your favor with little to no drawdown. No drawdown. That's the point. You get in when it's supposed to go. And if it's not going, it's starting to move against you. I'm already starting to cut it down. Cut it down. No. I'm not taking a full position 25 pip loss on the full position that I went in with while I'm out here scalping and taking 8 pips. You know? That's the first thing. Everybody makes that mistake, I'm sure. And also letting the winners run. But how do you know when to do that? But we're scalping. So what am I doing? Am I closing at 8 pips? Or looking at this potential of 25 pips or 30 pips on this trade when I do my analysis? It says it can do that. So do I just let it do that? What do I do? And what if I don't close at 8 pips and it goes to 12 pips and then it turns and it becomes a loss? Should I have closed it? I am scalping. Should have taken it, right? You see? You see the things that go on, right? Well, a lot of you know this stuff. But what I do in that situation is, when I get a scalp, if I'm scalping, and that's the reason for the trade, it can't turn into something else. It's a scalp. So, the closest I could do to turn it, the only thing I could do to make it into something else, meaning I'm not closing the whole thing, right, is like, okay, let's say I'm up 9 pips. That was pretty much, you know, like if I sold this here and then it goes to support, right? Use this as an example. If I sold here when I set it, and then it went here, okay, whatever, the pip count is 10 pips after spread or whatever. That's the target on the scalp. It is. So I need to close the trade. If I am really convinced it's going to continue, I can leave some. But I should close the majority. I'm scalping. Because again, changing the nature of your trade after you already got in it, you're playing games in your own mind, you know? Oh, you know what? This was an 8 pip scalp, but I see this happening, so I'm going to set a 20 pip target, and I'm going to go eat. You know, that to me it's not good. It doesn't work. Do whatever you're doing with that trade, you know? But if I'm in the situation where, and this wouldn't be one of those situations, by the way, right? So if I got into this trade here, and let's say we hit support and I closed 3/4 of the trade just because it got to this point, and maybe it kind of stopped and it's sitting there for a second and it clicked up, ticked up a little bit. Okay, bam, I'm taking the trade, at least most of it. So if I leave some on, then what happens next? We have a high volume strength. That's it. I'm out then. Or at least I'm closing really the majority. Sometimes I'll leave a small amount and just see what the heck it's going to do with stop at break even, you know? But not the majority of the trade at all in that case. Okay, so there's that. Does that help? We're talking about scalping today. King of the Ocean, you made it in there. Okay. And what's your name in there? I can't remember. Forget. I'm going to forget. I don't know who's who. What else can we say about scalping? Any questions? I mean, like I say, I do have a course on this, and it doesn't include these indicators, and they're not crucial to the method. You can add them. It's the 14 and 50 EMA, so you guys know that already. It's nothing fancy. They're colored, but what this, it's like the more experience you have, the better you'll be. That's really all it is. I can't like even list all the conditions to get in. I'd probably miss a few. But it's really for trending moves. When it comes to reversals, that's a more traditional thing, right? Like we're talking about buying the euro when it dips today, perhaps, or whatever. So reversing of the move, rather than going with the trend, I don't do any of that. I'm not doing anything silly like, seeing this double bottom fake break on high volume and then just buying here and say, okay, maybe it's going to, it's likely to go to automatic rally. I'll just buy there. That stuff I do not do, right? You would think maybe I do that, right? Like buy here for a scalp because of that pattern. That stuff doesn't work. Don't do it. The one thing I do like, though, is a failed push during a trend. So, for example, you have this really clean swing here, but sometimes you'll get the resistance forming, and then you'll hang around for a little while, and then you'll do a fake break of that resistance and get weakness, right? That is likely going back to support. That is likely going. So a failed push, and if the weakness here is higher volume than the demand, right, on a failed push pattern, pushing through this, right, it's likely going. That one's more reliable. It's like ideally you want a lower low, lower high, or a trending structure, a perfectly trending structure. It's not always that. And when it's not that, you have to look at why. Is that okay? Is it not okay? What's going on? But it's a lot to get into. But I'll keep talking about it, and hopefully you'll pick things up. I mean, you see the way that the 14 EMA is just repelling things constantly throughout the day, throughout moves. And, it doesn't hurt if you're an overbought. Actually, I hate that term. But, we oscillate. And if we're coming down like an indicator like that, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It's not going to say this is a good trade now because of your TDI, RSR, your stochastic SMACD crap. It's not going to say, oh, yeah, this is a good trade now because of that. It doesn't hurt. It can get really well locked in with the oscillations, with the waves. And kind of give you a sense of, if you want to be selling high and buying low, or you're kind of overshot in the trend and then you're going back with it now. It has its place. But really, if you take all this stuff off and you just have the 14 EMA and volume and my basics, I would still, right? That's still a scalp entry right there, right here, technically. Because why? Because of the strong move to the left. That starts it off, right? I'm not taking these things. That's hindsight. That's no different from the rest. So like this choppy kind of a range, kind of a downtrend. Now, when this sort of stuff happens, you're very, very likely to get a chance to get with it on the next move, on the next leg down after a retracement. And, when things turn, when things properly turn around, when this becomes bullish to a point where you wouldn't want to be selling, you'll know it. You'll see high volume to low prices. You'll see the structure change. Same name. How helpful. Very good. I don't know. Does that help, guys? I'm very settled now in my, obviously, my main method. More aggressive now with scalps where I'm getting, maybe 3 or 4 a day, which, if we're talking about 6 hours on the charts or whatever, 8 hours, that's not that many. It's really not that many. Scalping, it's not in and out. 10 trades, 15 trades. 3, 4, 5. Some days 2, some days 6, whatever. That's probably the most. Well, I'll keep sharing. And then also, of course, the swing trading on cryptos. And then sometimes doing day trading on cryptos. But that's not something I'm doing constantly. The buying that I just did on that dip, the cryptos now, I did on my swing account. That's a swing spot. I don't need to add to that risk and also start buying in a day trade account at the same time right now. If things go sideways, the swing account is not really moving, and I see a very bullish environment in the near future, I can take a day trade on the cryptos, right? So that's my thing. Everything's been working very well. So I will continue to share. What's up? We got 27 people here. So yeah, join the Discord. We need a scalp room in the Discord. Yes. Carlos is Chad, by the way. Yes, you're right. Cool. As long as I do this to myself, you guys don't do it to me. Like, as long as people don't want trade calls, because especially with scalps, like if you get a 5 pip difference on entry, it could mean the difference between a good trade and a bad trade with a scalp, right? But as long as, which people never do, they're not looking for signals. They just want to learn it. I don't give signals, even though I will let you know what I'm doing if I'm streaming or whatever. But yeah, scalp room for the learning aspect. Exactly. I think it goes back in the day, like it used to be the Wild West out here, and everybody was chasing traders giving signals. It's a lot of pressure, knowing that people are doing this shit in their account that you're telling them to do. Like, I don't want that. You decide what to do with your account, But you guys don't do that to me. It's in my own head. It's my own thing. So, talking about scalps today, lesson 1, there's a scalp. I pointed it out at the time. I talked myself out of it. And we'll continue to see. As far as the main analysis, again, we're looking for the euro to go lower for a buy. If we're moving up, what are our options? Well, there's a long scalp option, potentially, and also, if we do start to see some large volume, which we haven't seen in a little while, pointing to supply coming in and it's large, I'm not against going short after a move up and large supply comes in. Because we've been on the low side of volume the last couple of days. So something really could pop up, right? Comparing all this stuff to today and show us weakness and say, okay, the market is just maybe ranging here off a fake break and it's coming back down. So that also applies to the Australian dollar, which is the same analysis of there, where we could go lower and buy, higher and sell, right? Okay. Again, the pound is weak. We talked about that entry, salty. We're down here now, and we are certainly seeing some strength initially into these lower prices. So, like I was saying, that could bring it up higher for like a fib retracement scalp or something. But I wouldn't want to be selling into high volume demand. We'll see how that develops. And again, the yens are very similar. where we're generally trending up, but gone sideways. So if we're going to move down, maybe we're accumulating from here, and again, we get strength. If we're going to break this fib, we'll see where we can go and get some strength in here. Not looking at that. Right, so for example, back to the scalp stuff. That might go lower, we were just saying, right, looking at the 1 hour chart. Maybe we get some demand down there like yesterday. And then my next thought is, well, maybe I can scalp it on the way down. And then as soon as I see this jumbled together crap here, no deal, no deal. It's got to be the flow. The flow has to be going on these scalps. The point is when I get in, it's because I expect it immediately to start moving in my favor as soon as I get in. This kind of situation is not going to give you that right now. Where's price going to go in the next 30 seconds? Who the heck knows? Probably up, maybe not. I don't know. But, you know, this, for example, is likely to go down in the next, few minutes. Not that that's a great entry all the way down there. It's kind of a small pip count, but that's the idea. 14 EMA is just so helpful with that. So you got the two rejections, but it's so small and no room to get past your spread in any decent scalp that there's just nothing to do there. I don't know. Is this helpful, guys? What's up? Okay, so I'll make a scalp. Pictures of trades are enough to build with. Okay, cool. Pictures and some explanation to go with it. Yeah. And then it starts to build up, and maybe someone can start collecting them together if you want, and you start to see a pattern with certain things. So that's a good idea. I will do that. What if initially there is a rejection at 14 EMA, but then the volume at the EMA drops off to provide low volume? Would you cut the trade? So in a scalp situation, if I see... Okay, the thing is, the volume at the 14 EMA it's not like a fib zone or a support resistance or even the 50 EMA. For something to remain bearish, let's say, going to the 14 EMA, it's really kind of optional if the market wants to... If it wants to come down because of lack of activity, or it wants to come down because there's a pop in volume and a weakness here. It can go either way. There's no specific thing. So it's like it can go either way, but there's explanation for why it can go either way. But just know it can go either way. But like you already know, if you saw weakness here, right? Volume popped up right there, it got squashed down. You have the lower close as a result, and you're saying, okay, that's weakness right at the 14. Fine. But then you also have the situation where, okay, buyers pause their activity. And if there's a bit more selling than there is buying, then it comes down. And these buyers are doing what? If they're testing here and it's starting to come down, they're probably lower. They're looking to accumulate. So you could still have this low activity. I mean, this is all can be sort of categorized as no supply, this whole down move, low supply, right? But it was enough to move it. A win is a win, right? And then the buyers show up here. So it's also knowing how the buyers work. If they're not taking advantage of this low supply and starting to mark it up, then they must be waiting for lower prices. And this low volume move that seems inconsequential is actually the scalp. And they start showing up again here, and that's fine. The buyers are accumulating now at low prices. And, that could turn around and lead to a traditional long setup if there's enough volume on it. But, in this case, I don't like selling into high volume strength. The higher it is, really the less you want to sell into it. And so we'll see how things develop from here. But there's just some buying into low prices now. But does that help? It's interesting with the 14 EMA. It doesn't necessarily have to have weakness. It could be high volume saying sellers came in. It could be low volume saying the buyers paused their activity and they're just not marking up. Seem to want lower prices. So then you have this low volume. It's just more selling than buying. It's not a lot of activity though, overall. Makes sense. Everybody knows this stuff, right? Most of you. Because I did, research that for a long time. What is the deal with the 14 EMA in these cases? And it was never like a definitive, you want this high volume or you want low volume. It was, depends what's going on. But once it starts to pull away, it kind of tells you they're not marking it up. And if they're not marking it up, it's likely going to get to support. There's your scalp. And that's such a quick move most of the time. So yeah, that's actually the cleanest thing today was this little section, right? Since the open. It came from just looking at charts and going, that looks like a very tradable thing. I wasn't really looking for it, Carlos, yes, please give us some sense. Your brain works better than mine. I'm old. I think this point is the hardest to teach a computer. The automatic rally and scalp entry point, easy to see, hard to code. Yeah, he codes. Easy to see though, that's the thing. Yeah. Well, you would know, so. I mean, EAs are, I had the EA phase. It was a decade ago or whatever. Oh, I could code this. No, I can't. I can't get, not me personally, but get somebody to do it. No. Man, that was a can of worms trying to figure that out. Like, no, it's not going to work. It's still taking trades I wouldn't have taken. No. All right, we're talking about scalping today. So, breakouts into the new low ground. Like, I'm not doing any dumb stuff. But for example, here, like, what will be the next scalp opportunity? Now, we were talking about maybe buying this low, but if we're not seeing demand, we continue to want to short, and we think it's just going to continue. Then again, here, this is the kind of thing. Okay, let's get going. Let's get a smooth move, right? Not this chop, and then get that 14 EMA test for the next one down. I noticed something also. I don't know if anyone's ever noticed this. Again, when I was locked away for a week. I don't know if anybody's noticed this and how often it really occurs. But while we're just hanging out and looking at things, I see a pattern where every other swing seems to mirror. So it's not the next leg, but the leg after. Let me see if I can find an example. And this is just something I'm seeing if I want to work in as any logic with the trade. So for example, all right, this is sideways chop. So we have this move. Right. And now skipping the next down. Okay, let's say this is our next swing down is here, or leg down. And that's smaller, right? Now this first one is often reflected in the third one. So let's say that would be, right? If we pop up, I mean, this is kind of a crappy scalp. It's too close to the low. But the third one mirroring the first one. Or the fifth wave mirroring the first. I don't think I've ever seen that talked about. That first leg or first wave helps determine the size of the fifth. I don't think I've ever seen anyone talk about that, but looking at charts, it's something I noticed a lot. I don't know if it's enough where I really want to say that's going to help me with targets and that's going to be a thing that I'm looking for, but I am noticing it. If anyone's ever heard of that. Something to look at, perhaps. Let's see if we can find more examples, or am I crazy? Am I seeing things that are not there? Nothing new under the sun. Maybe even on a 1 hour chart. It'll be interesting if it is there. I'm looking for a complete 5-wave situation that's kind of clean. And then eventually it just gets stuck in a loop where all the moves are similar in size. Well, let's see if we can get like a clean 5-wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is some chop. Yeah, yesterday was chop. Yesterday's not a good day to look at that. I don't know what time frame. Maybe it's more on a larger time frame then. I didn't first notice it on a 5-minute, yeah. But then that makes me think it's all kind of fractal, and it probably exists on a 1 hour chart too. Let's see. But that would be, okay, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The size of the first one may be reflected in the wrong thingy. May be reflected in the size of the third one. And often that's larger with the second one smaller. And then sort of. I don't know. Keep an eye out for it. Maybe it's an upgrade to the template. The 5th wave mirrors the 1st. Perhaps. So in this case here, like right now, it looks like it would be, and it's like if you have a really clean first wave, then that 5th one is more probable and reliable. So here's the first one down. Now this is maybe an ABC retracement, but here's the second one, which is really choppy and sloppy. And then the third one may reflect the first one and be clean. It's got a good start. Look at that similarity to it. See this? Right here? Similar. Which points to a 618 overshoot. Who knows? I'm just talking. If it's something you end up, observing or not, we'll see. But yeah, it really came about through looking at scalps and looking at patterns and seeing that a lot and just saying, did anyone ever notice this? But we'll see if I end up like working it in or I just forget about it. But his example here would be, one more example. This is a really nice move. So if we're looking at this as the start and saying the 5th one, 1, and then here's 2, and then there's 3, 4, and then 5. Maybe, right? Now, as far as scalps right now, what do we have? Nothing. Again, this is just hindsight saying, well, you could have taken that. But at the time with this sideways chop, and by the time it confirmed entry, coming off the 14 EMA, we're already at support. So, I'm not taking those. We are seeing some demand here. So going back to our regular stuff, we're starting to see some demand here. That's fib. So let's see where that leads. Not huge, but it's the highest volume in 45 minutes. off the support fib. What is that? Support? What is it? Whatever. Fib zone. So maybe we start accumulating here and get a long situation. Maybe we see lower prices and the volume stays low and we continue to look for scalps short, right? So it's a nice combination, right? The scalps along with the traditional setups. Which of course I've always done. It's just getting more aggressive with it. You guys have seen the scalp stuff. But it doesn't mean I'm taking mediocre stuff. It's got to be right. What else? We'll see if there's some real accumulation. Maybe get some real volume here. Showing demand. Look for that long entry. Same goes here. Maybe it goes to support. Euro is just kind of stuck right now. Nothing at the moment. AJ. Yeah, I could see scalping short the Australian dollars as they're making their way down to where the buyers may really show up lower. That's just talking about what's a possibility right now. There are those. There's a bit of strength, so we'll see how that resolves. If we can get lower prices on lower volume, then I'm not really worried about it. If we bounce off too much strength, then obviously I'm not looking to scalp short. All right, hopefully this is helpful stuff. I'm just sharing. More coffee. Is the music playing? I can't hear it. Yeah, it is. Are these songs growing on you? So yes, join the Discord. The link is in the chat. Welcome. Where's the cryptos right now? Are they going? First leg. Third leg theory. All right. Let's see. On Bitcoin. First leg, third leg theory. Well, these are pretty similar legs. If we start here, and that's one. Here's the second push-up. Did test the 14 EMA, of course. Second push-up, it seems similar in size. Whether it's that or that, it's certainly similar in size. But yeah, we could pull back and then see this type of, like these type of candles again return on the third. Could be a thing. I don't know. Is there logic behind it? I would want to know the logic. I think the logic is probably that if the first one looks like that, the second one only needs to do so much so that by the third wave up, it really attracts a lot of the buyers. It's like, does this really say that we're, as far as those looking to buy a pullback, does this really say at this point in time that we're trending up? No, we just broke out of a range. This kind of now says that we are. So now if we pull back, right, and then we get that last one where everybody's kind of convinced that's the one. And it is based on that happening. It's rooted in that, right? And this just had to do enough to say that you do expect that now. Makes sense? Kind of, right? I mean, that's what it comes back to, like, you know, the Wyckoff template and everything, where you, or Elliott wave, simple Elliott wave, where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because on the fifth wave is when anyone who still needed to be convinced to buy, that they're going to do it there. That's like, if you didn't see it coming beforehand, if you didn't recognize it here, then this is it. Everyone left who's looking to buy is going to do that. That's what makes it the end, right? And the weakness comes in. And you get the ABC retracement and the Elliott wave pattern or whatever off of that fifth wave. So there may be some, I want to know the logic behind it. And it could be something to do with that. It's based on the first move. The second one just has to occur good enough for that, that fifth wave to get everybody in. And if this is a strong move, it tends to mirror that. I don't know. That's my logic right now. And as far as scalping, as we're talking about scalping today, you see anything like this going on, you move on to the next chart. I mean, just having the moving averages all jumbled together with the price above it and below it and above it and below it, and they're all jumbled together. I mean, however you want to take the cue not to do it. That's one thing that happens. Again, if you compare that to the pound, how spread out these are, and how different that looks as far as the reaction. Obviously, how clean that is. The cleaner it is, the better. This is what you want. So there may be that. But yeah, that euro dollar I wouldn't touch. This guy's seeing strength. Euro is a mess. So let's see what the Australian dollar strength leads to. Thanks for pointing that out. Environments when to look and not look for a scalp. Very helpful. Yep, very important. The conditions have to be right. It's not like, all right, I'll roll up my sleeves and I'm going to start taking some scalps. Here we go. I'll probably take 5 today. All right, I'll start right now and I'll enter that. It's more like sitting there. And then, oh, well, that could happen. And then it kind of just pops up because we're at a small time frame. Like, oh, well, there it is. Okay. It's telling me to go now. Cool. I'll keep sharing that. But technically, the only thing valid today was the pound. I'm at least pointing them out. So we had the pound so far. You see how that worked out. We'll see what comes next. OG Blue. It's time for some OG Blue. Give me that. I'd be doing worse. thing. Carlos, make sense of all this. The scalp conditions are similar to the normal setups. The end of the scalping marks the trade in the other direction. Well, yes. In the template world, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Or it could also lead to the... It's like if you have a direction that's clear and you're just not expecting a pullback, it's just not time. It's likely to continue before it reverses. To put it another way, yeah. Which has always been the basis for the scalps for me. Again, I think I'm pretty sure, actually. I just, with the live sessions, kind of got more into doing the traditional setups and looking for that, one best trade per day that everybody could get, hopefully get a win. But you see, you guys were in the live sessions. I would pull out whatever I had to pull out sometimes and take things like that GU short. But I kind of didn't like doing it. I don't know. And then on my own, I'm just like, woohoo! I'm a cowboy. my meaning of cowboy, which is nothing. You know how patient I am. I will sit here all day and not take a trade and get on with my life, and that was fine. I mean, some people can't do that. Or I'll take 5 because the chart says, here's another one. It's really good. Probably want to get in it. Okay. That's the mentality. It's like being a security guard, right? It's the most boring job in the world, but then all of a sudden, action. There you go. Stupid. You're the night watchman. Just sit there and you watch sports. It's friggin' boring, and then all of a sudden, ding, ding, ding. Time to do something. That's my analogy. The night watchman. So that's my mentality. There's no over trading. There's no make something out of nothing. Well, so there was one example so far, and I've been sharing some in the Discord. I'll make a scalp chat. Let me try to do it right now. Oh, somebody did it already. Omar, you're the best. Who made it? Or VSA Dave? VSA Dave! You guys are already in it and posting. Cool. It's not just Forex, the scalps. Yeah, I see the conversation. Technically not. No. Nice. Nice. Thanks, VSA Dave. If you know Dr. Phil, yes, that is very true. He's saying sometimes it goes through the 14 EMA and rejects off the 50. Yeah, it goes through the 14 and you're like, okay, so I guess that's not happening. it hits the 50 and has a clear reaction. And you're saying, okay, it wants to do it off of that. In those cases, number one, it's nice to see weakness because you've gotten a bit higher. You probably are in a fib zone as well, of a small fib. So you do want to see weakness, strength, unlike what we were talking about before on the 14, right? If you've gone as far as a 50 EMA and or likely goes along with it, a small fib retracement, you do want to see trading back in the direction of the trend on volume, right? Okay, there's that. Also, if you're rejecting the 50, I still, and I was kind of going back and forth on this rule, trying to like finalize it, but I think I'm going with, I still want to see it close, if we're talking about shorting, below the 14. So it rejects the 50, but I don't enter it until it actually gets past the 14 EMA. It just increases the probability of the trade working out so much that it's worth the slightly worse position, right? I don't know, there may be some cases where the 14 EMA is kind of far away, and I like everything about the entry and I may take it, but as a general rule, you really want to be on the proper side of the 14 EMA. It just helps the probability if you just look back, right? How much it does. Once it clears that, it's like go time. It's like traders enter immediately. Once that 14 EMA, you know, price is on the proper side of it again. But that's a very good point. Yep. We're talking about scalping. OG Blue. I thought it was fine to enter on rejection at 50 and then seeing him get past 14. Let's bring up a chart. Really, I went back and forth with that, and I went back to my initial conclusion, which is I do want to see the 14 EMA get cleared properly. There may be exceptions. Maybe. It's one of the like last loose threads, I guess I would have to decide on what I prefer to do, but because it's a balance between getting the better price on the scalp and getting a better probability. If you break, you know, so that's the difference. Let's get an example of something. So if this, for example, let's say we were looking to short this, and that's the 50 EMA. You get a bit of weakness because we're talking about if we're tracing that far, right? Not the 14 EMA. We talked about that volume-wise. It's kind of can go either way. Like I said, once you get further here and then you start getting up near fib areas, right, and all that. So seeing some weakness here, okay, and then it's coming down. Just entering that. Now the 14 EMA is going to get pulled up while this is happening, right? It's kind of going to go that way anyway, right? Let's say there's your 14 EMA at that point in time. So you could enter off of that rejection, or you could wait for that to break the 14 EMA. That is the question. And I just keep going back to, if you wait for it to break the 14 EMA, all of a sudden the next candles start to move a little faster, starts to go a little smoother, and it gets on its way. Beforehand, it's touchy, and it's just like our regular entries. If we have weakness, we're waiting for the 14 EMA to break, right? That's just like our regular entry anyway. So that's how much, you know, as we know, the probability really gets helped. Entering before that, probably a little too aggressive. Doesn't mean I'll never ever do it, but possibly never again. I would have to really convince me somehow. I don't know. But you get what I'm saying? 8 got? Oh, you were correcting yourself? It got, yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Well, in that case, yeah, Ford becomes test for buyers, yeah. And what if they show up and you're already in the trade, right? Sometimes it's so close, you're not really going to be up. You know, be lucky if you made it past spread. They could be really close to each other. Talking about scalping. It's not a good place to be. This song's growing on you. Nice. Unbreakable? Was there? Yeah. That song was recorded like 10 years ago, live in my studio. I did not play on it, I just recorded the band. All live, just throw on the mics. Cool. It's logical, yes, if you know Dr. Phil. So that was another good point, I think, as we're kind of starting to organize what's in my brain. Again, this stuff is already in my course. 90% of what I'm talking about is in the scalp course, but for those who don't have it or whatever, but that was a good point to talk about the 14 EMA volume reaction versus the 50 and again starting to get into fib zones and stuff where you would want to see weakness coming in, high volume rejection. You know, there's a difference between, well, it's just more sellers than buyers, or you actually have gone high enough to hit like supply, out of balance supply coming in the downtrend. Price is too high kind of thing. So in this situation here, to follow along with that, if it was going to come up into this area, we'd want volume to really rival this. This is the London Open. Here's our sort of average, and then our strength off the low. Now, if something higher than that shows up, at least the same or higher, right, as far as weakness into here, or at the 50 EMA, 50 fib confluence right there, right, a couple candles up here. Luckily, this gets pulled up, and then you can clear it pretty high up, the 14 EMA. So that's a possibility. Another thing we're talking about was the morning star, evening star candle pattern. What was it, in the last stream, I think we were talking about it? So there's also that. If anyone's compiling this stuff, again, it's all in my course anyway, which is only $60. And here's the website, by the way. It's now become an infomercial. But I typed in the chat. Anyone interested? So yeah, this stuff is all covered there anyway, but let's get out in the field and look at it as we're doing now, in real time. And I'm being more aggressive, as I said. It's been going very well. The main thing that's making it go very well is that it's not, well, it's a high win ratio, but it's not that I'm not taking losses, it's that they're small. Small. There's even been times where, I'm sure it's happened and it'll happen again, the scalp is not going in your favor. You cut it at 7 pips, you close half. At 9 pips, you close the rest, and it's just not going. And then you walk away, come back 20 minutes later, and it went without you. Oh well. Would you rather have that happen, or would you rather have a 20 pip loss, 25 pip loss, when you're taking profit at 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 pips on your scalps? Which one would you rather have? So there's also that stuff. Good stuff to talk about, right? You'll never regret small losses. You'll never look back the next day, 2 days, 3 days later and go, damn. Over a small loss, you won't. The big loss, you will. It'll haunt you. Give me the small losses. Bring it on. They're not that many. Then I don't feel bad about taking small wins. I can close this at 8 pips. It's a scalp. Scalp is a scalp. It went quick. I like it. It's stalling. Who knows? Yeah, I'll take it. You don't have this pressure of, you gotta wait for targets. Can't close it yet. It's not looking good. What do? I can't move my stop to break even yet. It'll just get hit prematurely. So you give yourself the freedom to just get out. If you keep the losses small. You know what I'm saying? Nice. The scalp room. It's hot in there. Like a sauna. It's hot in the scalp room. AU looks decent. It's steamy. Not everyone can handle it. Must be the sweaty palms. Decent for what? What are you gonna do? Where are we on that? I don't like the lack of activity today so far. It's really low. I mean, I know it's early and we normally get higher activity later in the day, but look at this compared to yesterday, which didn't go very far. It's even lower today, the previous 2 days. And now we're 2 hours into London. So that's the first thing I don't like. If I was going to be buying down here, let's hopefully get lower. As far as that. There was some buying though at this fib. I really would like to just see it dip into here and get a setup. We'll see. Also, we could pop up higher and get weakness, right? And we just talked about that, and possibly a short. Kind of the scalp thing there if we did that. But yeah, it's probably going here next. Maybe. You feel it. Hot, steamy. Scalp room. Like red light. All red. People just lurking around with their laptops. It's kind of creepy. I creeped myself out. So at this point, what's closest to a trade at least? I don't know. Nothing. So the euro is stuck. I was looking to either buy low. We're still in this range. I was either looking to buy down here or possibly even sell off here. Once volume picks up, it's very quiet. We'll see what happens on that volume. But we're still in this range. pound. Yeah, possible short scalp. See where it wants to go. Could even do a fake break of the swing point with a weakness. That would be nice, that pattern. London Open volume. Yeah, I mean, the highest volume besides London Open volume is some strength coming in. So it's not the greatest scalp condition in that way. If you notice before this scalp entry, this is the London Open. So besides that, the low prices here actually has some low volume. This stuff. So compared to selling into this now, not as good of a condition. The lower the better on that stuff. Damn, that euro is just so ugly and choppy. Okay, see where the Australian dollar wants to go. Fib. If we can pop up into here, we're going to get information about sellers. If we get a nice increase in volume, get squashed, more likely trying to get back to the low. But again, things are just quiet volume-wise. It's not a lot to ask for to get a real spike in weakness. Hopefully. I'll be back in a minute.
Something very strange makes a girl this way. Something in the blood
All right. So with AJ, we're going to look at the reaction to the fib, 50 EMA. Everybody knows 14 here, right? 50, and that's the 100. Let's see what happens. So if we hit supply in a large amount, there's a short to consider. If we don't, and maybe we continue through, we could even look for the long scalps. Oh, gosh. Yep. Whichever way it wants to go. There might be a way in. So you like put this pound. If that cleared the 14 EMA here, let's say on this candle, right, and close down here, that would make things now very more likely to go back to the low, as a lot of you know. So entering before that happens, a lot more risky. It's not even worth the better price, I don't think. In any case, really. It's all over the chart, even on this quiet stuff, right? As soon as it closes below, the next couple of candles go down, right? As soon as it closes below, you get like a couple of red candles. Of course, that one. I don't know. I've never seen anyone use the 14 EMA but me. I think most people use the 20 SMA, right? The 14's better. I'm pretty sure that the 20 SMA is probably the most used for this kind of stuff. I think that's what's in the trade guide or software. The diamonds are red. No demand. All right. Did it. No demand. No supply. What are we watching? This. Where's my fib? There it is. I drew it on AJ. Okay. Fibonacci Primavera. Sounds good. It's going to be in my restaurant. Fibonacci Bolognese. Trading themed restaurant. How's that? Stop it. Sellers? We're talking about scalping today. So yeah, I guess it's kind of, that's the other option. When it's not the 14 EMA clean kind of thing, like especially the GU, which is like a textbook example of cleanliness of the 14. If it's not that, and you're losing your clean lower low, lower high structure and starting to go higher, this is kind of the other option, right? Is hitting that fib, hitting that weakness, hitting that 50 EMA, and getting that rejection off of that, and getting through the 14 EMA on no demand. No demand. As you know, it all goes back to what we normally do. Nothing new here, right? But then they all turn red, and plus this is up here turning red, and that thing turns red, and it feels like Christmas. So you get a little extra boost in confidence. So far, not much selling, huh? Not much. Pizza, pasta, and pips. It's dead. It's so corny. It's exactly a joke I would make. That's just bad enough to be something I would say. Open a new restaurant and test for buyers. Test for demand. Well, that is how you figure out your prices, I suppose, right? I don't know. According to Gordon Ramsay, it's a third is your food costs, a third is your staff, and a third is your overhead. As far as like how restaurants set their prices, all right, that's what I learned from watching his show. You see, I had that down. I've seen every episode. I know how to run a restaurant now. With Gordon Ramsay. But what's interesting, what always entered my mind once he would say that is, what if you come up with a price, right? You consider how much to charge for a dish. Again, the food costs, the overhead, a third, right? And it's, I guess if you really got your books together, you could figure that stuff out. I don't know. And then I guess the 25% above that is your profit or whatever, right? But what if those prices aren't low enough? It's not attracting demand. Then you got to cheapen your ingredients, and you got to start cutting corners, cutting costs somehow. And that's why cheap food is crap and expensive food is good. And there you go. Supply and demand. Are you only looking at the price, actions, volume, support resistance, or do you also fundamentals? Nah. Nope. Just charts. No fundamentals whatsoever for me. I know there's news today for U.S. in a couple hours. In 2 hours. I have no opinion on it, or it's not going to, what's going to happen on that news, on the chart, is what's going to be the only information for me. What goes on leading up to news, what happens on news, the reaction to the news activity. If it's high volume, it sets a background. All that stuff. Chartist. So, information we got so far here, right? We were looking for a spike in volume, which very often occurs in this spot. Not happening here. It's very telling that I wouldn't be so quick to jump in the short. Now, we knew the background was bullish. It was not in an area where I wanted to buy yet, though. If we go back to this. Wrong. Where am I? Looking at this, so far past the 618, I'm looking at support, and then we did that. That's kind of no man's land. It's very rare that a trade sets up in this spot, right? It's either 618 overshoot, sets up, and if you're really breaking that 618, you're likely getting to support. So it's kind of a weird spot for it to set up. Kind of caught me off guard, and I don't like taking trades off of random price levels. If this created a support and then a double bottom fake break, that would be different. But this is kind of nowhere, nothing. Which I don't really like. You know, you'll see this stuff, and a lot of times you'll do that one pop down to get to the level. So it doesn't make it a great entry. It's kind of a random spot there. That was really the issue. Figured it was going to go to support. But again, if we're marking up and we're seeing this key spot that's not showing any issue with supply coming in, we're likely going to continue up for a while today. And we're probably not going to do it in a straight line, and there'll be some sort of long entry. And we continue to see low volume supply into these higher prices. There will probably be a way to get it long sooner or later here. Is the euro finally breaking out? Maybe. It's trying. So what are we doing now? Weak US dollar in the last 30 minutes or so. So that's the story overall, right? These up moves in the last 20 minutes or so. If they're hitting weakness, there's shorts and short entries to be found, perhaps. If they're not, which it looks like they're not, then we're likely continuing up for a while. And I would look to buy a dip. This will be very revealing here again, if we're not seeing weakness in there. We're likely turning up, which again, we kind of knew we had this bullish background, but these entries weren't good enough for me to get in. But there could be other ways to get in here, if that's going to be the case. It's nice to have the scalp entries to fall back on if there's just not any of the usual type of setups forming in the near future. Or if you missed it because you just didn't like it enough to get in. Now the pound was pretty bearish. It was pretty strong down moves. But if it's really come down to this US dollar weakness, yeah, there it is on a 5-minute. That's driving everything up. That's what's doing it. Is that temporary? Where is this going? That is the question. Well, that's what the market knows now. For the last 40 minutes, very weak US dollar. All right, that may be the thing today. bit of supply showing up there. Is that the only one showing some supply now? A bit showing up. Okay, a bit now. 618, 618. Not much here. Well, we're observing. Nothing I want to get in at this very moment. Yeah, weak. I just realized you typed that. Yeah, weak dollar, weak yen, and weak euro. Weak euro? Yeah, I guess the euro pound is turning. But I'm just thinking about how the EJ and euro dollar are both into new high ground. We'll see what happens there. Which way does this thing want to frickin' go? If you have to ask, then just wait. Figure it out, chart. Yesterday ended up in chop. Today we go down and then we go back. We can't trend. Maybe we'll trend down, but now the supply is very light. Maybe we just go back to where we started. Chop around again. It'll be a completely different story at the news, after the news. High impact. 2 hours. We could be kind of waiting for that until we get somewhere for real. I see, Chad, where you posted, yeah. Fancy stuff. Okay. All right, I'm just hanging for a bit. Anything develops, we'll talk about it. OG Blue. Something else to talk about with scalps, because this stuff just kind of randomly pops into my head. It's not like all written down, organized, although, again, a lot of it's in my course anyway. The correlation is a factor, too, as far as probability of being on your side. So, for example, here we're seeing potentially, if we're not too bothered by the strength volume, using this as an example, there's a little more demand than there is supply, but using this as an example for what my point is here. So if this gets through the 14 EMA, right, then there's your some decent reasons to be looking for that short entry right there. It's likely going to support, fake break, fib. So again, if it's not the downtrend structure and we're actually going back to the previous high or higher, then getting the right reaction here, and ideally weakness, but putting that aside. So if we're talking about shorting here, right, now looking at the other pairs, what is their likelihood, like what direction are they trending in, to put it simply, or what do you expect them to be doing as well? So if you're expecting this to come down once it breaks 14 EMA, and that's your expectation, and then you're looking at all the other pairs, and it just so happens that your expectation is bullish, 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 right? As you flip through, oh, that looks like it's going to go up. Well, that looks like there's not much weakness at fib, so it's likely to continue. And you have this bullish outlook, right, with the correlation. But then in here you are going short, right? Not as high probability. Good point. But the reason for that would be because, and of course it could happen, but to understand, if this does happen while the others move up, it's because the pound is really weak. It's not because of the overall US dollar yen influence that's moving everything around. It's its own little situation where this is so weak that it goes the other way, compared to the others. That's not usually the case, right? That they're just going in opposite directions. That's not the majority of the time. So it's better to have at least, we're not saying that there has to be a short setup everywhere, but at least a bearish outlook in the next 20, 30 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes on other pairs, or maybe at least just the dollar pairs if you're taking a dollar trade, to help the probability and know that the US dollar, is driving that. Make sense? Need a drink. But again, that's something I always talked about anyway. But just applying it to the scalp thing. What's driving the trade? Is it the dollar, US dollar, yen, or is it the actual pound and the euro? And I always like when it's the dollar and the yen. And there's generally correlation, or at least the same expectation as you're getting into a trade. This would be counting on, well, if other things are moving up, again, that the pound would be very weak, and that would be sort of a secondary story to the US dollar yen driving everything else up. It just happens to be so weak that, and it may not be the best matchup, because then you're looking at weak US dollar, but just weaker pound, which would be better to be shorting the pound if there was strong US dollar and weak pound. Again, better probability. So that's probably something good to consider in scalping as well. We already talk about that stuff with the main trades. I think also on that topic, when the US dollar and the yen are driving things, so let's say they're both weak and everything is moving up, I think that tends to last, just from observation, longer. It's more reliable for a longer period of time that's going to be the situation than if you have a strong pound or a weak euro or some other thing that are making, giving you a direction. Those just seem to be more short-lived. Like the euro stronger than the pound for the first 2 hours of the session, then they switch, right? And then they may switch again. But you could have maybe just one switch if we're talking about the US dollar and yen influence on everything and the whole correlation. There could be less kind of switching. Make sense? See that through observation. So again, it kind of makes you want to take US dollar yen driven correlated trades, right? Yeah, Dr. Phil. Do you stick with the 1 hour background of UJ or what the 5-minute situation is when the trade sets up when deciding between US dollar or yen? Both. Yeah. Because you could open your charts and look at your UJ and say, okay, it looks bullish. So maybe the dollar's going to be stronger than the yen for a little while. And then, you know, you're about to get into a trade somewhere else. And then you check the UJ chart 5-minute and it says, yeah, but for the next 30 minutes, it's likely to go the other way. You know, you're seeing weakness or whatever. And sometimes you get really look at it and you go, you know, I can't really gauge, you know, they're both strong. They're so similar. I can't really gauge which one is better to be selling against if they're both strong or whatever. Then so be it. I'll take the setup that looks better, you know, on the other pair, whatever I'm taking. But yeah, it doesn't hurt to consider both, right? Particularly, I think if I had to pick one, I really would want to see the 5-minute, because you already know, you know, what's driving things and in what direction. You kind of already know that. But when you're about to get into a trade, it doesn't hurt to see if they're correlating. You know, you could buy the pound yen or you could buy the pound dollar to go look at that UJ chart and see which one is going to be likely be weaker and buy against that one on the 5-minute. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I always, you know, not always, but if I'm in that situation, I'll click over to the UJ. Sometimes it doesn't matter or whatever. But if it's that kind of thing, I'll click over there and see, okay, what does it look like it's about to do as I'm getting into a trade that's driven by the dollar or the yen, and I get to pick kind of which one. It doesn't hurt to look at the 5-minute and see where it's likely to go from that point. It's confusing when they're not correlating on the 5-minute and want to. I would go with the 5-minute, you know what I mean? Because again, like the most important time when you get into a trade is the first 30 minutes or 45 minutes or whatever. That's when it's going down. Whatever's going to happen is likely going to happen. So if you can kind of look at the dollar and the yen and you know, what's the short-term outlook? That's going to be the most influential thing, you know. But you do want to consider background. It's information, right? It'll help you decide either way. Better than not having it. Information. Well, I guess the general story here is we moved up off of some mediocre long setups that were not good enough for me to take. At this point, we're not seeing much supply, so it looks like we're going to continue up. I would wait for a pullback. I'm certainly not chasing it. This is a bearish pattern on the euro. Yen and the euro dollar. Fake break. Well, this wants to break. But that's just figuring itself out after it's been in this range since over 24 hours. Well, no, like 15 hours. It's finally getting out. So I'm not worried about like chasing this breakout. If it's going to get out for real, okay, good. Then I have an answer to that range. And EJ as well. Very sloppy stuff here. If it really wants to get out, okay, good. Let's see. But again, leaning bullish on everything. If it just wants to go without giving me a great setup low, there's typically going to be a way in here. One way or another. Scalp, fib retracement. What's news going to do in an hour and a half? It's not just going to go in a straight line. When is that box? I don't know, but it's wrong now. Okay. So that is definitely the outlook right now, is that we're going to continue up, and I would be looking for that proper way to get in it. That is the outlook. Look at the lack of increased volume here, pushing through a resistance and into the fib area. Selling is not there. So it looks like markup behavior. Just got to find our way in. Going through fib zones, no problem. That's the highest supply. That's 618 overshoot. That's nothing. Find our way in. Now that it seems to have made up its mind and it wants to be bullish. Well, we knew it was bullish, but I didn't get any great entries. Could have taken this, I suppose. Kind of felt like things were going to go lower first. It was early. So that's the plan. Likely going to find my way in long. We're in a fib zone, euro dollar. We'll get rid of that one. Yeah, and the finally the breakout has occurred, and it's decreasing volume into higher prices. So suggesting a real breakout. But also to have this low volume in a fib area, right? That really says lack of selling. It's like now we can really conclude market's found its direction here. Hopefully find my way in. Certainly not going in a straight line all day. Not a bad sort of push through. Not exactly perfect here because this is pre-London Open where we had kind of low volume here, which made me okay with taking a short scalp. This is the London Open volume. This is a bit of real strength, I suppose. I guess you got that, which you could actually trust. The reaction is nice. And then having this level and pushing through that, and that looks like a push-through candle, so to speak, you know, closing at the high. Just saying. Ooh. Yeah, I might put a little something on the pound dollar long. To see this lack of selling into the fib area while everything else is also moving up. As such lack of supply. It's kind of a push through automatic rally. It's not technically because the first low before what we would call automatic rally is this, which is kind of not exactly great strength. And then that's London Open. I don't know. I like the pattern of this strength down here, fake break, and then getting through this on low volume, which also is fib at low volume, which makes it very bullish. But it's also chasing the leg up when you look at kind of right the way the waves are that we're kind of due for a down move here, and we're just like buying right into 618, which is kind of, I don't know. There's always going to be something in your way though. Probably a pivot there too, and damn, look at that low volume. All right, well, I'll just do what I'll do, you know. I'll just do what I do, whatever that may be. But yeah, that's what the charts are suggesting. We are going to be moving up for a little while. But again, it's not going to be in a straight line. We're starting to see maybe some weakness. And we can do our waves up and maybe get a scalp entry or fib retracement or something. Well, if there was ever a reason to buy into a 618, is it a trap? There's going to be a ton of sellers right on the overshoot. Is that fib even right? Did I update it? Yeah. Go watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. until the pullback. I was really going to do that today. Like, damn, I'm slacking, man. Like, oh, if I stream, then at least I'll... And then I didn't take the pound. Hey, you got to show up. I'm like, if I stream, at least I'll be on it. But yeah, I am totally sucked in. I think I'm on season 3. Season 3, yeah. Man. Some sick shit, though. Kind of sick. My daughter was watching it. She's 8, and she got me watching it. And then after I watched it without her, I'm like, she can't see this. I don't want her to see this. And she's like, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. I don't care. It's fine. It's like torture and, you know, a lot of blood. A lot of people getting shot and then tortured. It's not that dark, but it's there, you know. Some of you have seen it, whatever. The thing is, you know, about that show, it's exactly the right pace. Those shows pacing, they don't seem to get right. It's either too slow or too fast, or you're waiting for something to happen, and in the end of the episode, it's about to happen, and then it doesn't really, and then you got to watch the next episode, but it doesn't. It's got to take its time to get to it again. I hated that shit. This show has the right pace. As soon as you think you're gonna get bored, some shit happens. It pushes everything forward. That's what I like about that. The S.H.I.E.L.D. series. Billions. On Netflix, something called Billions. What is it? Bit of supply showing up on some of them. Yeah, here we go. Can we get like a flow, an upward flow going here? Upward oscillations. That is definitely an annoying condition of a market. When you chop, then you make one move, and then you chop in a new area. And then you make one move and chop in that area. Back to the first area. That's when it's like, just wait. Figure it out. I think this might be doing it. Finally making its way up. Look at that 618 reaction. Now that's no supply. Like you get there and nobody's there. Hello? How often do you see that at 618? Makes me want to check that I drew it right, but I did. I double checked. That's a rare sight, right? Lowest volume of the session. At a 618. That tells you a lot. The news move is likely to be up if this is the case leading up to the news. Weak US dollar on the news. That is likely the case if this is what's going on. Just over an hour beforehand, right? They do not want to be selling. So says Chart, facts. Finally, this a bit. But this move just hit nothing for a while. So that we can conclude. Likely the up move continuing. Likely an up move on news. But I don't trade news moves. If I'm in a trade and the news comes out, but the chart is clean and it suggests something, then fine. I can always lower my risk or something. Not too worried about it. It's like if you're in the trade before news, not 10 minutes before news, but if you're sitting in a trade, there was a reason you got in it and it looked like it was going to do something. And typically news is not just some random surprise. If there's pre-positioning long and nobody's selling, it's likely moving up on news. It's pretty logical. Carlos. Oh yeah, I have the force. I was saying hello back. I said hello. I don't even know. All right. So should we continue in the Discord? I'm gonna watch Agents of Shield. I might have a trade on, I might not. All right. I get to keep them secret now. Come on. How long have I been calling live trades? 12 years. 12 years. Can I stop? You guys are responsible for your own accounts at this point. That's it. And nobody ever gives me pressure, so it's all good anyway. It's a nice learning place in the Discord. It's not trade calls and bullshit and Lamborghini talk, but you know, that comes up. Limit the Lamborghini talk. Just kidding. But so that's how I'll leave it. Looks like the market found its direction. It is up. It figured itself out as of now. And I will be looking for ways to get in. Scalp. Retracements. And look out for news. You know that's ripping through. You know it. I've been talking about this for the last 10 minutes. Go pound. That is a rare sight, that 618 reaction. Hello. I said hello again. Did he wave again? There it is. There it is. All right, I guess if I'm not telling you about my secret trades, I'm not going to tell you how I'm managing my secret trades either. But my stop is at break even on my GU long. All right. It's a scalp, but who knows? I'll probably get stopped out. I'm up 3 pips. 3.5. That was really an unconventional one. This, come on. This is breaking before anything else. So now my stop's at break even. That's the kind of stuff I cannot be like calling craziness. After everything I just talked about, what the hell? Now I'm in a trade with no risk. You understand, yes? That is the point. Okay. I gotta be free. He likes remotes. All right. What else? Go pound. Go pound. Go pound. Go, go, go. Oh, it's gonna hit weakness now. I know it. One more pop up. I'm taking it. Come on. One more. Not happening, is it? That is a lemonade trade. That is a don't try this at home. But look at the 618 reaction. Come on now. I didn't go big. It's so freeing to not have to tell you guys. I don't want to be responsible for your account. It's good. You're just learning. But my stop's at break even. If it's taken off, I'll get something. I could just close it. I'm up 5 pips. No, just the pound dollar. No sellers, no whammies. No whammies, no whammies. Big bucks. It's not that big of bucks because of the nature of the trade. I did not go large. I went like half. But that's how I do it. The better the quality, you know. If it's really good textbook stuff, I'll do my full risk that I'm allowed to do. This is lemonade. Chart gives you lemons. You make lemonade trades. Only if you really know what you're doing. But as much as that seems like an unconventional thing they are not used to seeing me do, the logic is there. And again, I can't help but keep pointing out the extreme lack of supply. There it goes. There it goes. That's a very rare sight right there, revealing such lack of sell activity in this price area that this was, almost guaranteed that we were just going to do that, and then I can get my stop at break even and see what's going on. And if there's that little selling here, there's probably not going to be a ton here. It's got to go a bit higher to hit anything significant. I'm up 8, 9 pips, 10 pips. Nine. 10. Hey now. I don't have to feel bad, right? Woo. You know, I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I took it. I'm out. Done. It's a scalp. I'm out. A new high in my account. So yeah, I'm out. Is that cool? I don't have to feel bad. I can still tell you about it after I get in, right? Obviously, if there's like textbook regular trades, you know, okay, this is a confirmed entry right now. I'm not going to not say that when those things are going on. But again, like I always did before, and sharing everything I'm doing, it definitely made me timid. That's not something I would want everybody to be doing. Especially, some of you have been trading a long time, you know what you're doing. But especially people who are learning, and then they'll look at that and go, well, look at that trade and look how well it worked out for a scalp. I need to start taking more of those trades. I want to start focusing on that. And it's like, this is a very rare situation. It's only because my experience with, you know, the reaction to 618 that I'm able to spot something so extreme, and knowing that that was likely to pop up, and then I can get my stop and break even and whatever. Because it's a dangerous area to be buying into. And normally we do not want to be messing with this spot as far as buying, right? Because normally you'll hit some selling to some extent. But that's what makes this so special, you know, that reaction. So that's the kind of stuff, if you've been training for a long time, that you could start saying, okay, this isn't really what I normally do. It's a definitely unusual circumstances, but it's so logical, and I'm so sure this high probability thing is about to happen, you know. And, you know, my stop was maybe 9 pips or something, 8 pips, whatever, 8 or 9 pips. About to touch the 1 hour 14 EMA. Okay, let's see. The pound? That was also support to resistance. Oh, there's so many reasons that sellers normally show up there, you know. It's like just the fact that they didn't, like, convinces you of how bullish it actually is. Because it was also that level. But, the market's figured itself out. That was not a conventional long entry, but I grabbed a little something. Now I'm just looking for, you know, if it can do some normal stuff here. As long as we don't start seeing high volume supply. Wrong template, right? This should be the 1 hour. I should have held it. Whatever. Scalp is a scalp. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Sometimes I do close half, let it run, whatever. But that's the scalp mentality is, you know, again, I don't change the trade once a minute. All I knew when I got in was that it was likely to pop up in the near future. It doesn't mean it's going to go up and go. And all of a sudden I just get greedy and saying, okay, that's got to happen. That's going to be great. Let me just leave it. And then when it starts to come back, you're like, why didn't I get out? That was it. 10 pips, whatever, 8 pip stop. That was it. Get out. And you missed it. Obviously, other setups have the larger targets, and it's a different thing. But that's what I've learned about scalps. Don't turn it into something else. You got a target. You got there. That was the projection. Take it, or at least take most of it. It's all dangerous stuff. Things don't go in a straight line forever. Dangerous business spying right there. It's funny it was the pound because that was the one that gave also the short. It's a rather clean chart here, the pound. I think we're cleaning up, aren't we? Yes. Pizza in it, time to bump up the risk to 10% is a sure thing. Exactly. They're right. Exactly. Exactly. Mm-hmm. That's exactly the kind of stuff that's going on in my head. If I'm saying, okay, I'm taking this trade. Especially it's something unconventional, but you know, whatever, it's gonna get a little hairy and it might be small. But yeah, maybe people going larger risk because exactly. Well put. I'm done with that pressure. I like being free now. Again, like I said, nobody pressured me. Which is cool. Back in the day when it was like madness, Forex factory people and all this, that was different. I think we weeded it out. I think the whole approach here is everybody just wants to learn. It's not signals. Nobody ever thought it was. So it doesn't really attract those kind of people. But obviously, if you're just trying to learn to read a chart properly and learn, and apply it and get experience and talk about it, every week you learn a few new things. That's the point. The Discord is very cool. Do you use any strength meters? Nope. Nothing else besides what you're seeing. I have tried it because I've tried everything. So maybe sounds kind of 2007. I might have tried, but if you're talking about like, from what I've seen, it's just as lagging as anything else. You're not saying a strength meter based on volume showing strength on a down move. You're saying, right, a strength meter based on what's already happened in the past and well, relative to each other, what currency is the strongest and the weakest, and you rank them. It's very lagging. That's all past, to me, if you're talking about that kind of thing. It has no use. Plus, really, just by looking at the chart, you get a better sense. Like how weak the US dollar is in the last hour. Like on your strength meter, the US dollar is probably really down there and weak. Just the important stuff is obvious, I think, anyway. But I probably figured out that the US dollar is weak and I think everything started to move up against it before your strength meter recognized it. How weak it really was. Depending on what kind of strength weakness meter you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? King of the ocean, you're out. Yeah. Okay. So when'd you get in? So you got in by your own decision making, because I didn't call. I am getting in this trade. I am in the trade. So you did it by your own decision making. So that's good. That in itself is better. Which is good. Everybody's already like that. We take responsibility for our own thing. It's not like that. But that's cool. It was your own decision then. And you understood why, and it made sense to you, right? Well, I use it as a lag. For example, the Brits are weak now. I figure that the tide will change soon. Also, you're kind of looking ahead anyway. You're looking for the shift kind of to happen. Yeah. That was such a nice move on the euro dollar. He made a veteran play. Exactly. Yeah. You gotta, if you're trading a decade, then all right, you're in the club where you can take these trades. You took the euro dollar? Is that what it was? Which the euro dollar, it's technically a different pattern, different explanation, but it's the same logic, obviously. But in this case, it's when you see a breakout, because we've been stuck in this range for so long, and then the breakout occurred, and when you accept higher prices on low volume, that really showed up here. So the higher price area being accepted on low volume says it's a real breakout. So if it's a real breakout, you're likely not going below this level again. So if you put your stop right there, you can even do a break test continuation. And then, that's like maybe a 7 pip stop or whatever. So there's your scalp stop back into the range, which is not bad. So you get that sort of thing. That's the logic, same logic of lack of sellers, very extreme, but that's the case with that. I'm saying, okay, it's a real breakout. And this was just saying, the test for 618 sellers was just dry, barren. It was tumbleweeds. Rare sight. But if you take that out of the equation and you look at everything else, the indicators and all that, nothing about this is right for going long. It was all based on that. And that's the joke about I put all these indicators on and then I do something like that. It has nothing to do with them. And that's why I can have them on there. They're not, I'm still trading, right? Whatever. They make suggestions. But they have nothing to do with that. Cool. I think we did some good stuff today. I still got this spliff over here. OG Blue. It's like a marathon live stream. So yeah, interesting. On the one hand, the indicators say really highlight this short. On the other hand, the indicators have nothing to do with that long scalp. The indicators are not the focus. But yeah, as I said, the market figured it out. Hopefully there'll be some sort of more normal, I don't like to push my luck type of entry long. And then we have news coming in just under an hour, which I don't want to get in anything right before that. We've all been there. Why didn't I get up? And here I am patiently waiting for a pullback below the floor. Sorry. Yeah, that's annoying, right? I'm telling everybody do this, and then I go and do that. See, I gotta be allowed. Carlos, when was the last time you saw that kind of reaction to a 618? Never, maybe? Maybe once? That was some rare shit. Sorry. I may make lemonade trades, but I'm consistent with my logic. You'll have to give me that. Try getting consistent logic out of mess with the markets. Your brain will crash. Yeah, we got to pull back for another long. I guess I'm hanging out, smoking this thing. Yep. Really? I have such a bad memory. So last year, we had an EU that broke a 618. That sounds kind of familiar. And we wrote it up for days after. I probably called it a Plan B trade. Yeah. But there you go. You got to go back to last year. That's how rare that is. What did I just do? I hit a button. All right. Cool. So a couple people at least took it upon themselves to make the decision to go long for logical reasons by their own decision-making process. But that's good. Yeah. But it didn't didn't pull back to the 14 EMA. That's what makes it, different. Much, much different. What more typically would happen here, right, is you get a bit of weakness. Nothing terrible, so you're not afraid to keep going long, but you get maybe a slight increase in activity here, right? That's the usual. Maybe you dip a little below the 14 EMA, you get, maybe a 3-candle pattern pulling back up away. Whatever. But that's, the 14 EMA is the regular. So the fact that it didn't hit that, that's really, really chasing. Like, for price to move up this much and then get in is very unconventional in that way. But yeah, just reading the chart correctly, it told you something. High probability was going to happen. Yeah. And you can just think like how many 618 reactions. Yes. How many 618 fib reactions I've seen in my life. Thousands and thousands and thousands of fib tests I've seen, right? And I was able to say, oh, whoa, this is something different. How rare it is. So it's not typically that kind of stuff that I'm taking. It's more the traditional scalps. But it's nice to have this stuff, especially when you just don't have the traditional setups at the moment. So to keep things interesting and keep, learning, sharing new things, we kind of ignored the whole scalp thing. It was what it was. I would take them now and then. Again, as I said, I was kind of timid. When I know people were like taking the trades I'm taking. But that's cool to focus on this for a little while. I am King of the Ocean. Checking the cryptos. Sounds good. Mr. King. Take a nap? Quick nap, huh? Power nap? News in 43 minutes. I hope my Forex factory, I do have the news time right? Because we had a time change. Yeah, okay. Oh, market's bearish on the US dollar going into it. See what that all leads to. Jeez, look, this thing is just going. That is rare to go that far without hitting the 14 EMA a time or two. Now we're seeing weakness, like really. Come do a break test or something. It's like they know something. Dollar's gonna crash on news? Question mark. It's just going nuts. US dollar meltdown. Is this the best dollar index? There are a few. I used to really never even use them. It's like not that important. The Dow Jones FXCM dollar US dollar index? I don't know. Not really that important. You kind of know what it looks like just by looking at the other pairs. It's not like we had climactic weakness up here. A bit. It's an index, so I don't know about all that. Can we get a dip to buy? Not you, EJ. With your fake breakout. EJ's like, me? No. Maybe. But as far as like the regular scalp trades, like looking for a long here or something, this chop, right? Is the better the flow, the better, right? Like the flow, the continuous oscillation without getting stuck for. This is an hour. You're not exactly in the flow of a trend, you know. Double top, triple top. But if it pulled down, for example, here, well, actually there, you get the 14 EMA and then the pop-up. So it's like that's when it got kind of dirty, I suppose, after that. When it couldn't do another leg. But again, these further retracements, what I don't like about this is it's a bearish pattern of a fake breakout, but I rather trust by other things. If it tells me it's going to move up, it's going to move up. But again, here if it's going further than the 14 EMA to these, like, you want to see strength. Good stuff, right? So I would want to see that, and just also, you know, the flow, the waves, the oscillation, cleanup. Maybe a nice V shape off of this. See some strength. Strength can appear higher, and that's worth considering. But of course we have that as well if it does get there and see the reaction. That's not really my favorite. It's all about the US dollar. Slow death right now, right? Yeah, the yen is pretty weak too. Gosh. It is rare though. It's like floating up there. Yeah, that's the word I use, floating. Yeah. This is extremely rare. Also, that's why I just had the thought looking at this, thinking to myself, you know, well, I closed the trade here for the scalp, 10 pips, whatever. I could have, should have, you know, whatever. Not that I question it, it's a scalp. But then again, it's like, no, that really is rare. Even in that case, I mean, now you're seeing this high volume and it still goes. Very rare. So again, the market figured itself out. The dollar is kind of melting down here. US dollar. Anything will move up against it. Piece of cardboard versus the US dollar is gaining value right now. Anything. A rock. Oh, I just clicked on Skype by accident. No, don't open Skype. Quit. Force quit. It's a Jedi power. That means something bigger is playing out on a higher end. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it makes me think of what I always say is the charts tell you what people are saying. The conversations going on right now at the big trading places and hedge funds and banks and this and that is about how extremely weak the US dollar is. That is the event right now. And with the news coming, it's got to be related. 35 minutes. Maybe it's all the printing. Does that ever matter? When is that going to catch up with things? Well, I guess we have inflation, but what is it true about a quarter of all the U.S. dollars in existence were printed in the last year or some crazy number like that, 20%? The stimulus checks. Stimulus checks just went out. And all that waste that went along with it. The bill. I mean, how could businesses not consider raising their prices a little bit, seeing what they could push? Maybe not doing a sale. Because they know people just got $1,400 stimulus checks in the U.S. $1,400 appeared in people's accounts if you make less than $80,000. It's not going to help the value. Yeah. It's freaking raining dollar bills out of the sky. It's worth nothing, right? Goes back to the Ben Bernanke, the helicopter money. We're still doing it. It's funny, can I just say, it's funny how it's okay with Republicans. When Trump did it, it's okay. And all of a sudden it's not okay, but it's not okay when Obama did it. But no, we talk about Trump doing it. Come on. Stop. That's a double standard. Look at the recovery. Look how fake that shit is. Come on. Stock market at new highs while people are sitting home out of work. Historically terrible depression numbers. Hopefully make money in the markets, right? Hold some long term. Take advantage of the pumping that never seems to end. I don't know. You're just thinking about the bill, yeah. It would be interesting to see also the inflation effect, like over the next 4 weeks. I think the average person is going to spend it all in the next 4 weeks. 3 weeks, it'll be gone. That's how people are. But let's see, right? And they may have to catch up on bills or whatever, debts. But be interesting to see inflation might spike. I mean, what would I do? Would I go do a sale, running a bit? Well, actually, I could do that. So there you go. Wouldn't make sense for me to put my courses on sale. I should raise the price. Everyone just got 40. Wait a second. Supply, demand. Flat screens are on sale at $1,400. Everything's going to cost $1,400 now for the next 2 days. Are we finally pulling back? EJ. Up to no good. What is that all about? That's kind of weird. Euro dollar, pound dollar, very similar. Euro didn't move down much more than that. But EJ has this move. Is it the yen pairs? No, because this is sitting here. It's kind of the odd one out. I don't know, seems a bit off. I guess he got strong again. Weak euro, relatively a bit extreme for 10 minutes. Finally hit a 14 EMA there. Well, a rare long move with no scalp entry. Except the crazy one that I took. Yeah, now it's pushing it, right? News in 25, 67 minutes. 28 minutes. Yeah, now it's going to get close to news and things are going to be all newsy. all ready for news mode.
Among the stars, a beacon of light.
Well, maybe the US dollar will tank. Things start catching up with things, you know? And then it goes up tomorrow and it goes up next week, right? Things go up and down, both directions, whatever. I think that's what has kept the collapse from happening here. World businesses are failing and the economy has shrunk, but the stock market has new highs. Yeah. It's crazy that it can be pushed to that extent. I thought it was bad before in 2008 when we had this slow, sluggish recovery in the markets that in reality was even worse and going sideways kind of thing. Like there's no job growth for a while, like 2010, 11, whatever, still was not coming back. But the markets were going, chugging along. I thought that was bad, the disconnect. This is like crazy, yeah. And they're acting like it's fine, it's a permanent solution. Anything of interest with this thing? We got some activity. But yeah, as we're getting close to news, I'm not going to want to enter anything. Like going long now, heck no. Going short, obviously not. So there's really nothing to do. Wait for the news. All right, I can sneak in an episode of S.H.I.E.L.D. now before the news. All right, so I'll end the stream, but we'll see what things look like after news in Discord. Check out what's going on. If you'd like to join, link should be in the description. Still works. See you there. News in 24 minutes. We'll see what we have. All right, guys. Have a good one. See you soon.